The Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, digital, television, and radio platforms brings you comprehensive coverage on all proceedings and special live broadcasts following the passing of founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma. We remain committed to bringing you around-the-clock updates of all proceedings and programming on the life and times of our fallen hero until the burial, as the nation mourns the loss of an iconic and historic figure. May his legacy live on forever. NBC, it's ours.
Heart of a child, gratitude flows pure and strong. Dr. Nujoma's journey was one of sacrifice. A path walked, so many generations may dream without limits.
Today I am going to present a poem titled, Your Flame Will Forever Glow in Our Heart. Dr. Nujoma, a heart so strong, he rose his voice to end the wrong. In our land where we had pain, he turned it around into our own gain. We love you so much.
People big and small, enslaved for no reason at all. Many killed, others slaved, until the founding father came. For freedom he preached, for love he sang, for everyone to be the same he said. He fought and fought, for liberty we stand. We celebrate you, comrade.
Dr. Sam Nujoma, a great man, but sadly he died. He fought for us and he also cried. When we think of him, we think of Namibia shine. May Dr. Sam Nujoma abide.
In silence our tears softly fall, unspoken pain, no words at all. You were such a good leader. We will forever cherish you.
Sam Nujoma, you are our founding father.
our hero. Namibia is blessed to have you. May your soul rest in peace. We will always remember you.
Dr. Nyoma, where are you? Lift up the flag of Namibia. We are the soldiers of Namibia. We fought tirelessly until we got the freedom. Rest in peace, our darling soldier.
We have come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. The struggle for independence was just the beginning. Rest in peace, our father, Dr. Nyoma.
Go well, go well.
My name is Kanyanga Paul Esmao. I'm a 31-year-old self-taught visual artist. And I'm the owner of this drawing behind me, which I did just after I heard that the founding father is no more. I did this drawing as a tribute to the nation and to the family and also to myself. The impact that he did on the nation is a lot to explain. We are free today because of him. And as I was growing up, he was my inspirator. Mostly we used to like the beards, and he's the president. So it's the first president that I saw. Yes, even though I was born after the nation was liberated. But yeah, history tells, and our parents also used to tell a lot about him. To the family, all I can say is my condolences, and we are also the families. Yeah. It's our father, so we also feel their pain as they are also feeling.
From the Voices of the Future, we bring you a heartfelt tribute to a leader who have paved the way for our nation, our late founding president, Dr. Nyoma. Let us take a look at this tribute from the Kid Care College.
Dr. Nyoma is my best president ever. Dr. Nyoma was very strong. Dr. Nyoma was my grandfather. Dr. Nyoma was my provider. Dr. Nyoma went. Dr. Nyoma was born in 12 May 1929, and he passed away 8 February 2025. Rest in peace, our founding father.
Dr. Nujoma fight for our country. Now we have freedom speech. He was a supporter for the humans and children's rights. Now we have school, hospital, and shops.
My name is Willem Paulus. Dr. Nujoma is the founding father of our country. He ruled for 15 years, and he is the hero of the liberation of the struggle. And opportunity should always be for the future generation, says Dr. Nujoma. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
We remain united on the continent to ensure that every African child attends school from kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, up to the university level. This should be the commitment of all of us on the continent.
Dr. Nujoma said, Namibia is free forever.
Dr. Nujoma was our first president of Namibia. He fought for our country. He gave me the power to learn, to read my books. He fought for our country. He said Namibia is free forever.
Yeah, I met the late founding father, I think that's in 2007 in Independence Stadium. I used to freelance for Ministry of Information at that time and Technology. So I was the guy responsible to mic him or to put him a lapel mic. Yeah, all the time when he speaks, that I do that at a very young, tender age.
I, Sam Nujoma,
do hereby swear that I will strive to the best of my ability to uphold, protect, and defend as the supreme law the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia.
On that time, it was Independence Day, and then the old man came in the stadium. So he's a man I was looking forward to see in my entire life. When we were growing up, we hear Sam Nujoma, the Sam Nujoma that from, when we were very young. So I was given a task to put him a mic, and when I started putting a mic on him, and he was seated. So I was trying now to put the lapel mic on the shirt, and he was quiet, very quiet. We greeted each other, and then later I was busy. Then he just said, "Hey, young man," and I jumped because of the caliber that he is, and what we hear, that is Sam Nujoma is a liberator, it's a very big man. So that day I jumped, and I was a bit shivering course, I'm working with big men.
I hope that this proximate talks or conference will result in a situation in which will lead Namibia to genuine freedom and independence, for which our people fought for many years, suffered, and made great sacrifices.
The other encounter we met in Tavi at Etunda, at his farm. So we were busy performing, I think, in Otavi. And then he sent his bodyguard, Mr. Dozei Leka. So he came to fetch us, say, no, the old man is looking for you guys. So he want to offer you something for lunch to eat. So we had to drive after the event. We had to drive to Etunda to the farm. And then when we came there, we found really a table well prepared for us. We started eating there, and now for me as a young man, so I wanted to hear more from the old man. So just idea on business and other things. But then the old man that time, he was just telling me about the war, liberation struggle. Young man, I remember I'm the first person to go to Katutura police station, to go face the boys face to face. So you see, and after they killed Kakurukaze Mungunda, that's the way he told me. When they killed Kakurukaze Mungunda, so it's like they fired me. They poured petrol on me, and really that time I couldn't handle it, and I was the first black person to encounter the oppressors in the police station.
I went there, and I got to the first 2 Peya machine gun, 2 Tete pistols, and 2 boxes of bullets, because otherwise they cannot fire without bullets. And those are the ones who our guerrilla fighters took up to Nguru Ombashe to launch the armed liberation struggle there.
So then the story went on, because when he started, he could not really finish, but I wait until he come back. When he come to me, then I want now to go into my discussion. Then he will say, okay, well, yeah, what you ask me about business, maybe you can make a shukundu first, because people are drinking tombo, and remember, young people now, these men of today, they are more into, they are losing focus. You must be focused. Yeah, you see, those were words, and it was really encouraging. Like, to me, it was really, how can I say, it motivated me to become who I am today, because I look at the old man, he still has courage after many years, so many years. After he left already presidency, and it was just his free time, but he could still encourage, he has energy to encourage us to do what we could do.
Natango oita na itsikire comrades. Oita ya pumpo kutsikirwa morashi natango otuna unona wetu mo Republic ya Namibia. Ihau yiko skora. Omtondi wetu ngashingino patarere ni uposi noruhepo. Na ikonjise tumwende kuchake shokano ka Namibia. Shena yina enimba ni wanenge kaina na yo moskora.
For me, his leadership style was out of this world, or out of Namibia, because I can say the world, but maybe I've never seen the world, but Namibia indeed. He was a very good man. For me, his character, I think he was more like Moses or Jesus, who came to save his people. Really, out of that, he sacrificed his life. The young life that he had, he was supposed to enjoy, but he never enjoyed it. And just for us to be free today.
To liberate Namibia from South African fascist colonial oppression, and to create a people's government, a government that will serve the interest of all the Namibian people, irrespective of their color or race or places of origin.
I wish he could be given more years to lead, or I wish I could be stronger and I could have that courage to be like him to change Namibia. If I was given a chance to say, for example, maybe because his story, his life, it motivated me to be who I am today. But then I wish I had that power to do what he wished he could do, because after him liberating the country, perhaps he wanted better for Namibia. I know we are doing better, but maybe not better enough to what he could do, because maybe Namibia could be, a better country for everybody.
There is no question as far as the legal administration is concerned. There is no question of Namibia's independence, but the legal administration is attempting to shift the question of decolonization of my country to that of a problem of Angola, which is a completely separate issue.
So that for me, it was a really good moment, and the moments that we had with him in the studio, in the Ilmani studio, there were times we wanted him to come in just to add some words in the songs, which he could do freely. Sometimes when he comes, you don't even need to direct him. The voice is already powerful, and it's like he will know already what to say at that moment. So those are the beautiful moments that I encountered with him that I will never forget.
To present to you a song historically sang by the Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, the founding president of SWAPO, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia, the founding Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, the founding father of the Namibian nation, the leader of the Namibian Revolution, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Here he comes.
Ongu tuyo siwapo vikameni. Ongu tuyo siwapo vikameni. Konjeni Africa.
Yeah, I just want to say let's be strong. The old man did his part, 100%. I think he went a free man. Yeah, because he didn't leave anything. He accomplished what God planned for him to do in his life, which is difficult for most of us young people to achieve. But my condolences to the family, the entire family, the Rima family, and the Namibia at large. So let's be strong and celebrate his life that morning.
Antia yongamba kuno shidongo shoda no shudiriro yamba. Antia yongamba kuno shidongo shoda no.
Come back. We'll now be at Avis. the late founding president's residence, where the memorial service is taking place, and individuals like Johannes, the governor of the Bank of Namibia, Dr. Peya Mushelenga, and Dr. Kalumbi Shangula, some of the individuals who will be paying their tributes today. From us here in studio, with cheers for now. Do join us again tomorrow.
Thank you very much. May I now request that all of us be seated. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and the Chief Mourner, Honorable Utoni Nujoma, Minister of Labor, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation, and the siblings, the grand and great-grandchildren, the entire bereaved family of the Nujoma, Kondombolo, and the Mushimba families, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and President-elect of the Republic of Namibia, and spouse, our former First Lady, Madame Monica Gengos, Honorable Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Phineas, Chief of Namibian Defense Force, Captains of Industry, Honorable Laura MacLeod Kachirwa, the Governor of Commerce Region, Esteemed veterans of the national liberation struggle, I observe the presence of Tatekulu Bena Madila, Tatekulu Vinnia Ndadi, Tatekulu Helmut Angula, Mekulu Pendukeni Ivula Itana, and all veterans of the national liberation struggle present here. Fellow mourners, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hilmandine Lago Nicanor, as already alluded to, and I will be the program director at this memorial of our late Dr. Shafehuna Nujoma, our founding president and founding father of the Namibian nation, leader of the Namibian Revolution, Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia plan. I would like to, at the onset, join you, fellow mourners, the Namibian nation, African continent, and the world at large, to express my profound condolences to our former First Lady Mekulu Kovambo Nujoma, the children, Comrade Utoni Nujoma and your siblings, the grand and great-grandchildren, the entire Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba families, the veterans of the national liberation struggle, the entire Namibian nation, the African continent, and the world at large for the loss of our iconic and revolutionary leader, His Excellency, Comrade Dr. Shafehuna Nujoma. May his soul continue to rest in eternal peace. I would then, at this moment, like to call upon Reverend Likius Kamapoha of the Groot Aup Lutheran Church for an opening prayer.
Dear brothers and sisters in Christ, dear His Excellency, our President, Nangolombumba, and Vice President Meme Netumbo, Honorable Utoni Nujoma, and former First Lady Monica Kinkos, all mourners present here this afternoon. Let us start our service in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Before I pray, let us read together the word of the Lord out of Exodus, chapter 2, verse 1 to 10. which I will reflect later in my sermon. The birth of Moses, now a man of the tribe of Levi, married a Levite woman, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. When she saw that he was fine child, she hid him for 3 months. But when she couldn't hide him no longer, she got a papyrus basket for him and coated it with a tar and pitch. Then she placed the child in it and put it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile River. His sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. Then Pharaoh's daughter went down to the Nile to bathe, and her attendants were walking along riverbank. She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her female slaves to get it. She opened it and saw the baby. He was crying, and she felt sorry for him. This is one of the Hebrew babies, she said. Then his sister asked Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and get one of the Hebrew women to nurse the baby for you?" "Yes, go," she answered. So the girl went and got the baby's mother. Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Take this baby and nurse him for me, and I will pay you." So the woman took the baby and nursed him. When the child grew older, she took him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became a son. She named his Moses, saying, "I draw him out of the water." Until there, the word of the Lord. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, you created this earth and heaven. You were there from the beginning. You are with us, and you will be there at the end of this world. You created us here on earth with a purpose. You, the Almighty, has given us and present us with a great man, as from the beginning that you have knew that he will lead us. Now that you have taken our Father, we are in your steps to put ourselves in order, as you knew that he did so much on his earth. Come as we are opening this service this afternoon, put ourselves in order to look back, to remind ourselves, to put ourselves in order for the future. Be with us this afternoon and guide us in all what we are doing. you, the Son, Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, from now and ever. Amen. I thank you.
We thank Reverend Kamapoha for the comforting word of prayer. Next on our program is the brass band, who will then be followed by the SDA choir. The brass band. Are they ready? Immediately after the brass band, we'll have the SDA choir to give us a selection.
Everybody,
the choir is getting ready, lining up, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Tatekulu Hiskia Nujoma, who is also in our midst here. Tatekulu Nujoma, the whole congregation here is here to mourn together and remember our founding president, our leader. We are here to comfort the entire Nujoma family as a one nation and as a people who are all of us touched by the homegoing of our founding president.
In the dark of the midnight, have I looked in my face, while the storm sounds above me, and there's no hiding place. Neath the crash of the thunder, precious Lord, hear my cry. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Till the storm passes over. Till the thunder sounds no more. Till the clouds roll forever from the sky. Hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of the hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Many times Satan whispers, there is no need to try, for there's no end of sorrow, there's no hope by and by. But I know thou art with me, and tomorrow I'll rise, where the storm never dies.
As the leader of the Namibian Revolution, His Excellency late Njoma's legacy extends far beyond the arena of Namibia's liberation struggle that culminated in the genuine freedom and independence of our country. Today, Namibia stands tall among the nations of the world as a beacon of peace, stability, and progress. Our late President Njoma was a moral compass who played a pivotal role as the architect behind the formation and establishment of the Central Bank of Namibia. I therefore would like to call to the podium Master Johannes Gawaxab, the Governor of the Bank of Namibia, for the tribute.
Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency Dr. Ndadi, Vice President and President-elect, Memeko Vambo Njoma, the founding First Lady, Honorable Tony Njoma, and family members, fellow mourners, good evening. Today we gather not only to mourn the passing of a great leader, but also to reflect and celebrate the enduring legacy of our founding father. His contributions to Namibia's independence, to Namibia's governance and economic stability have left a lasting impression on our nation's history. President Njoma was the architect of the Namibian Revolution. He was a visionary who understood that political freedom was only the first step in securing Namibia's future. He consistently underscored the importance of true independence as being intrinsically linked to economic self-sufficiency, which is underpinned by strong institutions designed to promote sustainable development. In my tribute today, on behalf of everyone at the Bank of Namibia and everyone in the Namibian financial sector, I will reflect on selected moments in our economic trajectory to illustrate our founding president's exceptional qualities and strategic acumen. From the early days of independence, he championed an economic philosophy that balanced stability with progress, ensuring that Namibia was not only free, but was also equipped to build a prosperous future. His leadership laid the foundation for financial resilience, ensuring that key economic institutions were established, fiscal discipline was maintained, and long-term strategies were put in place to sustain growth. The policies he spearheaded created a roadmap for economic independence, one that continues to guide us today. He believed that to grow the economy, we need an independent monetary authority and a stable and sound financial system. Fiscal stability is a condition sine qua non for nation building and economic progress. Early in his administration, the founding father negotiated with South Africa to eliminate the considerable colonial debt. He recognized that this debt could impede efforts towards a stable economic foundation. During this transitional period, Namibia was able to build strong institutions and maintain fiscal prudence. Dr. Nujoma ensured that the country was built very gradually and prudently, almost step by step, safeguarding a strong and sustainable fiscal position. Leadership has the ability to see possibilities long before others and proactively take the necessary actions to prepare for that future that you see. An independent Namibia would require a central bank to serve as the cornerstone of its macroeconomic stability. It would be remiss of me not to mention the instrumental role that the founding president played in establishing Namibia's monetary authority. At the Bank of Namibia, we particularly owe an immense debt to the founding president. In the late 80s, Dr. Nujoma secured assistance from the Swedish government to set up the central bank and design the macroeconomic architecture. He directly engaged the then Swedish Prime Minister, Olof Palme, for this purpose. His visionary leadership paved the way for the structure of our economic architecture as we know it today. He gazed not only at the challenges of his time, but at the possibilities of the future. Since independence in 1990, Namibia has remained part of the common monetary area. This arrangement, in which the founding father was instrumental, continues to serve the economy well. Given our strong ties to and relations with South Africa, we have been able to import relatively low and stable inflation since independence. Fellow mourners, President Nujoma led the Namibian economy during the most challenging times in our nation's history. Less than a decade after gaining independence, when Namibia was just an infant, barely learning to crawl, the country faced one of the most devastating droughts, which hit the country and the Southern African sub-region and wrecked most economic sectors in 1992 and 1993. This drought is still considered one of the most widespread in living memory. This drought came when the country was transitioning from the colonial era and most institutions were barely taking shape. 3 years later, the Asian financial crisis hit in 1997 through to 1999. Although Namibia, and by extension the new South Africa, emerged relatively unscathed from the turmoil of the late 1997, pressures on these economies intensified in May and June 1998, which led to a considerable decline in the South African equity markets. This was followed by a market increase in yields on long-term bonds and a significant depreciation of the South African rand, which was predominantly circulating in Namibia, despite increases in domestic interest rates and central bank intervention in the exchange markets. At the same time, most will recall interest rates, particularly the prime lending rate, went as high as 24% during that period. Compare that to the 10.5% today. Beyond any shadow of doubt, these were challenging economic times for any leader to navigate. They say any leader must be ready to bear the burden of the crown. Today, we stand victorious thanks to President Nujoma's fortitude, unwavering spirit, selflessness, and visionary leadership during these economic challenges. His Excellency, the late Dr. Nujoma, laid the groundwork for Namibia's economic transformation. He consistently advocated for social and economic progress, recognizing the importance of political stability, strategic resource management, and long-term industrialization. His vision was for Namibia to become a thriving emerging market economy capable of unlocking opportunities for all Namibians, regardless of their backgrounds. His life reflects courage, bravery, sacrifice, and vision. In his statement to Cabinet back in January 1998, the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, emphasized the need for Cabinet members in the interest of the government and the people to be clear, and I quote, about where we are, where we want to go from here, over what time frame, unquote. He then called on Cabinet to deliberate on a vision that would take Namibia from the present into the future. In his words, he declared, I quote, we need a vision that will guide us to make deliberate efforts to improve the quality of the life of our people to the level of their counterparts in the developed world by the year 2030, unquote. Namibia's Vision 2030 was born in June 2004. In my assessment, this initiative represents a key development, serving as a foundational framework for promoting economic growth and ensuring the future prosperity of our nation. Through Vision 2030, Dr. Nujoma, as the main sponsor and champion, emphasized the urgency of the country to start diversifying its economy, and this paid dividends. Namibian manufacturing as a percentage of gross domestic product grew from 9.6% on average per annum during the period 1980 to 1990 to an average around 10% during the period 1990 to 2005. That was his efforts to try and diversify the economy. Dr. Nujoma masterfully harmonized the aspirations of Vision 2030 with the realities of execution, reminding us that progress requires both a dream and a commitment to action. His transformational leadership promoted an environment where opposing truths could coexist, allowing Namibia to evolve and thrive in its journey towards prosperity. His leadership was one that altered the living circumstances of Namibians for the better, provided access and broadened opportunities for Namibians from all walks of life. This, above all else, will be his lasting contribution. He was a visionary and perhaps too much of a realist and a pragmatist. The paradise we often seek often lies hidden in the dreams and the visions of our most talented sons and daughters. He was the son of the soil. Cursed is the nation not blessed with visionary leaders. Blessed is the nation that walks in the footsteps etched by its fallen heroes. Ours should be to honor their legacies and carry forward the vision with unwavering resolve. When this brass band was playing, I don't know whether you know that song that they were playing. The title of that song is Do Not Be Afraid. Honorable Nujoma, do not be afraid. He left us a legacy that we can hold on to. A great African tree has fallen, yet its roots remain firm. President Nujoma left behind the path for us to follow, marked by his vision for political and economic independence. His generation upheld its promise. Now it is our turn to build on that legacy. His foundational work endures, and we must continue to strengthen the legacy he built. We must remain committed to stability, institutional excellence, and inclusive growth to honor his memory. His legacy reminds us that progress is intentional and shaped by visionary leadership and collective effort. He was a selfless man who went through this life helping others. He liberated us. He watched over us and we have cause to bemoan our loss. His generation of leaders is disappearing, but we take solace in the fact that he and his generation fulfilled their mission. The question then to us is, in what ways will our generation rise to the challenge of fulfilling the generational mission set by those who preceded us? And how will we ensure that the sacrifices are not in vain? God bless the founding father of Namibia, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, and I thank you.
Thank you once more, Comrade Johannes Gawaxab, Governor of the Bank of Namibia, for that befitting tribute. Next on our program is Master Tjeripo Hijarunguru. Master Tjeripo Hijarunguru.
Director of Ceremonies, Founding First Lady Madame Nujoma, the widow, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo, President of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Tony Nujoma, former First Lady, Madame Monica Gaingos, the bereaved families of Kondombolo and Mushimba, fellow mourners. I extend to you all my sincere condolences. I pay homage to the memory of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia. Many have spoken of his greatness, valor, and indomitable spirit. I must add that he was a man imbued with a high level of emotional intelligence. You can have all the education that is talked about, but if you don't have emotional intelligence, you are handicapped. Dr. Sam Nujoma was a historian of note. Every time we met, he will give a crash course on history. It befits to say that in the history of Namibia, there are three other people who come close to him in stature. If one is to draw parallels, now not in specific order, but they are: one, Captain Hendrik Witbooi, who fell in 1905 at Valgras in the war against Germany. Second is Paramount Chief Samuel Maharero, who in 1904 met a certain Adolf Dickmann at a farm Omoserakumba near Okahanja. Now the German settler wanted to arrest the Paramount Chief Samuel Maharero, and a fight broke out. The paramount shot a settler called Kuntze, and one stray bullet fatally hit Mrs. Henriette Dickman. As they were now in close quarters, it was the paramount chief Maharero and Adolf Dickman who remained standing, and the paramount chief grabbed Dickman by the neck, threw him on the ground, and strangled him until he wet himself and expired. The demise of Dickman was used by Germany as an excuse to declare the war of extermination on the Hereros and later on the Namas. Now the third person is Paramount Chief Hosea Kutako, who in the battle in 1904 at Odonjahe near Ochivarongo, neutralized 9 German soldiers, with one escaping to tell the story. Chief Hosea Kutako was shot twice, one in the cheek and one in the heart, and he survived. That from traditional historic account. Those are three ones who came close to him in stature. In our time, you either reported to him or you were in the cold with Tony Blair on the North Pole or somewhere. When it was time for Paramount Chief Hosea Kutako to hand over the leadership in the 1960s, he passed on the baton to the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. And he sent him into exile with one objective: to liberate the people from the yoke of colonialism. I was privileged to have worked close to him. At the Agri Bank, we had a reporting line to him and 2 other reporting lines. Now, reporting line to him dealt with the bigger picture. And his message was clear: let our people have access to land. At its peak, the Agri-Bank was empowering 5 farmers on farms on commercial farmland per week on average. We ended up with more than 600 farms purchased through affirmative action loan scheme in 5 years. Thanks to the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president of the Republic of Namibia. There were cries from smaller parties that the rate at which we were liberating the farmland was causing them distress, because sooner or later there would not be a land issue to be discussed. Then one day, 22 years ago, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma came up with the idea to empower people in rural areas by putting money in their pockets through what we called Umpundu Private Initiative. Now, that led to the creation of a Peya Empowerment Group. In the Peya structure, we have among the members 7 traditional leaders. Through the initiatives, millions were added to their wealth. And they are today multimillionaires. Thanks to the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president of the Republic of Namibia. He believed in the emancipation of the people through wealth creation. It is a step in the right direction, though education is now needed to guard against shopping addiction. Now, for those of you who believe in the gospel, it says, a good man leaves an inheritance to his children, to his children's children. I therefore say to you, it is your biblical duty to die as millionaires. The memory of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president of the Republic of Namibia, will live on, and from now on, it will grow in your hearts and everywhere. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
We thank you, Comrade Tjeripo, Hijarunguru. And as we continue receiving the tributes, at this moment I would like to call upon Ras Shehama to bring us one item. Ras Shehama.
Oh, yes. To me personally, in short, he was an undisputed revolutionary. Give me the song. Toma jodituro mwenyo mombinzi skiamba dope skiamba du wai ai inotirai kumbe kanje Shasino mongure tango taripiti okuza kuziro juka kumingini nobu kariza kumbugantu juka kumbangarantu shokero shaire shaye miase itetoma jodituro come again. Shokero shaire shaya
You've got to let it go, let it go, let it go. You've got to let it go, let it go, let it go. You've got to let it flow. Let it go with the wind over the good Lord. Our two revolutionaries, me just celebrating his life. Oh yes, oh yes.
Next to bring us a tribute is Comrade Helmut Kangulohi Angula, a veteran of the national liberation struggle, former freedom fighter, and former cabinet minister. Comrade Kangulohi.
Thank you very much, Comrade Nikanor, Director of this session, and Deputy Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. I have two statements to read. One, mine, and one from veteran, founder member of SWAPO, Comrade Uncle Helao Ndadi, and permanent member of the Central Committee of the SWAPO Party. Those who may not know him, Uncle Ndadi, maybe they are new young ones. Comrade Ndadi worked as director of SWAPO Radio, the voice of Namibia, in exile, which he together and others created to counter the enemy propaganda and to inform the people of Namibia about SWAPO's political and military activities. Now, my name comes first, but I respect my senior, so I must read his statement first. And I'll read it as it is, like he gave to me. I was deeply shocked to hear that Comrade Sam Safishuna Nujoma is no more. I met Nujoma for the first time when he came to Walvis Bay in 1959. He came to Walvis Bay for the purpose of establishing an Oppo branch. That time I was also in Walvis Bay,
as a contract worker. Nujoma came to our male-only compound to specifically inform us about the formation of the Ovamboland People's Organization, OPO. He went further to explain what the purpose was to establish the organization. He started telling us why workers in Walvis Bay were working on contract. It was because our country was a colony of South Africa. The best thing to do as Namibians was to fight and liberate ourselves from the South African apartheid colonialism. It was therefore necessary to have a liberation movement. Now we have a liberation movement called Ovamboland People's Organization. Sam Nujoma's mission to Walvis Bay was therefore to set up an OPO branch in order to mobilize every worker to join OPO to enable us to carry on the struggle. You people, that's Sam Nujoma talking to the gathering in Walvis Bay, of course. You people in Walvis Bay must also establish your own branch, he told us. We all agreed to have our own branch in Walvis Bay. So Sam said, if you agree, I want you to elect the chairperson of your branch. Ndadi was elected as chairperson of the Walvis Bay branch, and Peter Nanyemba was elected as secretary of the branch. After the meeting, Comrade Nujoma went back to Windhoek, and Ndadi started mobilizing workers in Walvis Bay to join OPO. In 1959, the apartheid regime in Windhoek developed a wicked idea to force the people in Windhoek to move from the old location to a new residential area, which they called Katutura. Comrade Sam Nujoma was in the forefront to mobilize the masses to refuse to go to Katutura. The apartheid policy forcefully ordered black people to move to Katutura, or else they would suffer the consequences. People were persistent in their refusal to go to Katutura. The blacks therefore held a huge demonstration, the largest of its kind in Southwest Africa then. The commander of the police called on the police force to order the people to disperse. If not, they could suffer the consequences. And as a result of the Boer's order, 11 people were killed and more others were injured during what has become known as the Windhoek Old Location Massacre, or uprising, sorry. The apartheid policy were now looking for Sam Nujoma to arrest him for having told people not to move to Katutura. Sam got the information and fled to Tsumeb. After some time, Sam wrote me a letter saying that he wanted to leave the country, but he did not have money. As I told the comrades in Walvis Bay to collect money and to send it to Comrade Nujoma. We collected 10,000 pounds and took the cash money under secret condition to Windhoek. Comrade Nujoma later left the country through Botswana, Southern Rhodesia and Northern Rhodesia, and arrived in Dar es Salaam, Tanganyika. Prime Minister Julius Nyerere, after hearing that Sam Nujoma was a freedom fighter from Southwest Africa, going to the United Nations as a petitioner on behalf of the people of Southwest Africa, he gave him a ticket that enabled Sam Nujoma to travel to New York. Arriving in New York, he was met by the following people: Fanuel Kodongwidi, Kerina Mburumba, Marcus Cooper. They assisted him in writing statements and introducing him to the diplomatic communities at the United Nations headquarters. Sam stayed at the UN for 9 months. A diplomat lady from Liberia paid for his accommodation. Later, Sam Nujoma realized that there was nothing coming out of the petitioning the United Nations. He left New York and came to Dar es Salaam, Tanganyika via Ghana. He found me also in Dar es Salaam. Comrade Nujoma called for a meeting of those who were in Dar es Salaam at the time. He said, and I quote, that's Ndadi quoting, "Comrades, I called you to tell you that I have been staying in New York petitioning the United Nations on our situation in Namibia for 9 months, but no positive response to what the people of Namibia wanted. Because some countries in Europe had economic interest in South Africa. He said, therefore, comrade, I have come to the conclusion that in order for us to liberate Namibia, we have to take up arms and fight the Boers militarily." We all clapped hands in agreement with what Nujoma said. Finally, in 1974, after the coup d'etat in Portugal, the borders between Angola and Namibia became open, and more young people came out in order to join the armed wing of SWAPO plan. He called on the young people to come and join plan and get military training. From friendly countries, so SWAPO armed liberation struggle was launched, and its battle with South African forces took place at Angula, northern Namibia, on 26th of August, 1966. It was during the Battle of Cuito-Cuanavalle that South Africa surrendered and agreed to the implementation of Resolution 345 of the United Nations. We can now say Comrade Sam Safishuna Nujoma commanded the liberation war up to the end. Today, the people of Namibia, irrespective of color or creed, are enjoying the fruits of the liberation that was brought about by SWAPO under the leadership of Comrade Sam Nujoma. May his life rest in peace. Hello, Vinnia, Ndadi. So that was Uncle Ndadi's statement. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, and President-elect, Kuku Kovambo Nujoma, the widow and our venerable and ever the First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Otoni, Comrade Isikia, the Nujoma and Kondobolo family, and the Mshimba family. Monica Keikos, former First Lady, allow me to stand by the protocol so established, to pay my last respect to the most distinguished revolutionary, the founder of the Namibian and the most decorated Namibian. I have fond memory and recollection of the former relationship with the founding president for the brief period of my adult life. This former relationship spanned from the time of my student years to the end of 2004. In this connection, I wish to chronicle in brief the memorable occasions of our encounter. Of course, as revolutionaries, we will not only tell the good and the beauty, but also the ugly moment that we had have. But generally speaking, the pleasant moment in memory was that of camaraderie relationship. First memorable occasion that I recollect, I accompanied the president of SWAPO to the first highest summit between Fidel Castro of the Cuban Revolution. That was my first ever meeting of the kind at that level, having been just recently appointed as representative to the Caribbean. The meeting took place in Latin America. The meeting took place in Luanda, the capital of the Republic of Angola. The month was around, I think, February, March, around there. I stayed in Angola up to the month of September, against our expectation. Stayed at the Northern Front 4 months, and Luanda 2 months, waiting to be invited. Understanding of the freedom fighters is that just because I was appointed, I could go anytime. But in diplomatic service, that's not the case. So you have to send the names. The same will be studied by the receiving country. And then, of course, in our case, then the receiving country was actually the one also financing us. There was no accommodation. It has to be prepared. In between the front and Luanda, life became boring for me. So I decided to go to Lusaka with the purpose of getting married. The president didn't know. We organized this late Nangolo Ifete. He gave me a ticket. While the president also came to Zambia. But as we were all there, news broke out. There was a coup attempt to topple the government of Dr. Agostinho Neto by a group led by Neto Alves and some leading members of MPLA. A lot of blood was spilled. President Nujoma was deeply touched by this event. Then, incidentally, because he didn't know that I was there, neither did I know that he was there. But as one day, I was deciding to go back. No, not that I was deciding to go. We just bumped in each other. He said, you're here. comrade, you are not serious. We sent you on a serious mission and you are still here. I say, yeah, comrade, President, the receiving country is not ready, has not been received, have not been ready to receive us as yet. No, yeah, he was adamant. He couldn't take that. But then Angola closed the airspace. No plane was landing for almost 2 weeks. There was hunting going on for the Nito Alves groups. Now we're all standing in Lusaka. He was also trying to fly out. But as we meet in Lusaka, you are still here. I say, yes, comrade, I'm here. You are here too. The airspace is closed. There's no way to drive to Rwanda. So that was a moment where I can say it was not a very nice one. Back home in an independent Namibia, 1990, I was appointed as junior minister in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, deputizing the veritable Andiba Toiva. Andiba directed me, or rather, of course, there were two departments, mining and energy. So I was charged with the energy department. Comrade Nujoma was very much up in arms saying our people have no access to the electricity. You are there, we trust you as a scientist, do something. That's when we came up with a rural electrification. It was not popular, very unpopular by many economists because it was waste of money to them. Then we developed the policy, and further we developed the policy of the exploration, oil exploration, based on the energy policy. There, with our hard-working Permanent Secretary, Dr. Leakishi Matiangala, we achieved great things. As Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources, the Commander-in-Chief instructed me to put an end to illegal fishing in Namibian waters. That was the first task, and the second task was to empower previously disadvantaged members of our society with a fishing right, and to resuscitate looteries. Also, publicly, particularly the old establishment, they didn't take it kindly. They started making all stories how fishing rights only officials of the government and blah, blah, because they were opposed. They were proposing that we establish a board that will be the one to distribute the fishing right. So Nujoma said, no, not under our watch, because the board will be only constituted, certainly, of the specialists who are already there, who have vested interest not to change anything. Today, that is the industry in Namibia, which is owned by successful Namibian businesses. I am not saying they are not owning other businesses, but if you compare the GDP contribution, fishery and the ownership of the indigenous people, the Itali. Minister of Finance, I was in the delegation, and I will recall that moment of President Nujoma, because for the first years, 5 years or so after independence, this debt that Mr. Gawaxab, Johannes Gawaxab talked about has been lingering on, and successive ministers of finance could not overcome the South African pressure. So we had a debt of 800 million. So other financial institutions or international institutions could not lend us because we are not credit worthy. So nobody can give us any more finance because we have so much debt. Who will be satisfied or rather put his money in such a risk? So finally the president took him upon himself. He took me, the Minister of Finance, to go to see Nelson Mandela. I recall, of course, sitting opposite him facing Nelson Mandela, Comrade Mandela. Plan and ANC armed wing in Kondo Wesizwe. We were together, helping each other, giving each other information. We even gave military information to Kondo Wesizwe. Maybe you recall, your veterans, when the Kondo Wesizwe crossed the Zambezi, the first group from South Africa that crossed the Zambezi into Caprivi. Mandela, this debt originates from the financing of the South African defense system. Electricity that was mostly covered and the water was the electricity to electrify the bases of South Africa. Water was to take water to the military bases in Namibia, wherever they are. These are the debt, Comrade Nelson Mandela, you are saying we must pay. So, of course, Mandela area told how poor South African people, the rural poverty and all those. So I saw Mandela looking down and finally said, Sam, I'll help you. So we must remember him as a tough negotiator. And for which you, young generation, you must learn to negotiate. If you lose today, don't take it that as lose. You will continue negotiating. This thing of negotiating one and give away all the things must come to an end. As Minister of Agriculture, Water and Rural Development, I came to the president one day. I gave him the picture of a school hostel at Tonkumbula in Oshkoto region. The children were living in mud houses, dirty, really. So I visited them, of course, and I was touched a lot, and I appealed to my friends in the industry, left and right. We built a hostel for them at Tonkumbula. So I saw the president these pictures and said, no, you must take me there. So the president said, okay, I'll take you. It's a remote. Those days there were no road to there. The challenge was the vehicles. So we have to take helicopters. But then from there, we were going still to the remote village. So I said, Comrade President, I invite you to stay at my homestead. He said, yeah, sure, comrade. So we overnight, the head of state agree to go and sleep in just a humble minister's homestead of huts. In the night, we sat around fire at Oshinyanga with village elders. He narrated them how plan fighters. And they already know the story. He says, no, the fighters were here. This is the home of the fighters. And it's true. There are many graves of unknown plan combatants in their village. So the next day we flew, but what I really, maybe I'm taking too long, but the story that I want to tell is that on our way back, we are supposed to go to overnight at Nanjembo's place. But from the village, we got late and dark fell. We were in the helicopter and we lost Nanjembo's homestead. We were in the air, it was dark, we were completely lost. So what do we do? Where do we go? So helicopter pilot was a bit more experienced. He said, okay, we'll shoot up. He went up in the air. So he saw one light. He said, no, where there is light, that's where we go. And we go in the direction of Okashana to land at Mokuti. So the guys were panicking. The president lost in the dark. Nothing. And there is bush, where to land. So that all the part of the nice experience. But one other thing that Comrade Nujoma, foreseeing always, but also being very humanistic, the issue of water. He was always deeply concerned about water in Namibia, particularly rural water. So he came up with the idea to draw water from the Congo River. So he told me then, as minister responsible for water, comrade, this is a project that we must carry out. We must go to Angola, negotiate, to Congo, negotiate, so that we have this as a joint project. Oh, the public were in uproar. Hey, these people are dreaming. Hey, water. I also become skeptical. Man, water from the Congo. So one day he invited me, let's go to China. He took me to the seven gorge dam comparison. Is it called like that? The 7 gorge dam. So I say, yeah, this is the concept. So many of us we thought that it's a pipeline coming, it's a canal digging by these black people. Come on. No, the gorge dam opened my eyes. Yes, it can be done. So we carried out then a desk study. Because what it means is that you can just pump water in a lake, artificial lake. You make artificial lake. Then you pump from the artificial lake into height, the highest height point you can have. And then from there, the water will flow by itself by gradient. So this can cascade from river to river, from river to river. That's how the Great Gorge Dam is. The ship, you will see, we have demonstrated how the ship can be lifted up from the lake, go up, and also descend in China. Master engineering. So, Comrade Tumbo, water from the Congo is not dead as others want to ask me to believe. You must just pursue it. It's feasible. It's feasible. Then the other moment I can remember is that he exposed me. but in good, but also bad, as far as my colleagues are concerned who were in the cabinet. He took me to Angola and said, together with Dos Santos, no, this is our principal contact in my cabinet for any negotiation with Namibia in the sector of what? Everything. So we agreed to bilateral project, set up a meat depot in Sumbe, Port Tambui. We agreed to telecom joint venture. We agreed to joint venture mineral resource processing. Oh, it was war. People were angry. This guy is very rude. How can he try to interfere in others' portfolios and all these things? So most of this, unfortunate, flopped. I will recall one day, we opened that factory in Maruru. It was the biggest in Southern Africa, the marble cutting and processing, the biggest. It was a joint venture between Angola and Namibia. But the bureaucratic process, they sabotaged it properly. To this day, the factory closed, 60 workers were destroyed, were retrenched, machinery were auctioned for a penny. It was sad. That was Nujoma's initiative. That was going to be the part of the first industrialization. How was it sabotaged? Financial were cut, tender were cut, no tender. Now, just not the most infamous kind of relation between us. The most infamous one is 2004. The infamous imperialist agent paper that was circulated at the Electoral Convention of SWAPO party. Now some of our names were listed there. 2 days I couldn't sleep. I say, I am an imperialist agent. So I decided, no, I will leave government. It doesn't matter. I go home. I cannot be part of somebody being shown those are the imperialist agent, yet you are a cabinet minister. People say, this one. So I went to the president, said, Comrade President, yeah, this is my letter. He read it. Said, what's wrong with you? Said, Comrade President, did you write this letter? He just looked up. Are you the author of this letter? Am I an imperialist agent, Comrade President? If so, how long did you know? He said, I'm not the one who wrote the letter, it's your colleagues. So from there, no further question asked. But I told him, Comrade President, I work for my party. I will never leave SWAPO party. This is my investment that I will never abandon. So I will work with you at the party level. Nothing else, nothing loose. So that was one of the ugliest moments. So to come to an end, the pleasantest moment, I paid the last visit to Comrade President at the Tunda Farm, 2023. Before I visited occasionally, I will bring him agricultural product from my farm. Then he will give me oryx. So we discuss politics. And so that day, his comrade Angula, the geopolitical situation has changed. Our economy is affected and will be economic. We talked a lot of the old, good, golden days. The days of the Gorbachevs, the days of NATOs, the days of the Fidels, and others. And then he said, Angula, do you remember when in Moscow, yes, you gave me clippers? I said, yes? Oh, you still remember? Yes. I still have it. He went and fetched it. Can you imagine? 1972, when the president visited the Soviet Union, so as a student, and you know, the authority showed me the program of the president. You were appearing before the TV, this what and that what. Now, I look, of course, in the picture about my president's beards and like that, I say, you know, these white people, if you just go like that, they will think you are just one of those terrorist bombers. You must at least cut somehow. So I bought him that clippers. No, Nujoma never. But he said, yeah, thank you, comrades. So by the time of death, I don't know, I've been by 2023, I visited his show. He has it. As goodness. These are the thing that I can remember the days with the president. Farewell, comrade president, farewell. Farewell, our leader of the Namibian Revolution. May your legacy last the age of the Pyramid of Giza. Thank you, Director of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, our veterans of the national liberation struggle, a struggle which was not only bitter, but indeed a longer struggle. A rich history that was, or that is. Thank you, Comrade Kangulohi, and thank you for assisting us to read the tribute of our comrade Vinnia and Ndadi, aka Uncle Ndadi. Now, the next tribute will be a tribute by Brigadier General retired Erastus Negonga, a former permanent secretary. And while we are inviting him to the podium, I would like the veterans of the national liberation struggle under the leadership of Rear Admiral Bamba to come and give us one item after the tribute by Brigadier General retired Negonga.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, dear monarchs, I would like to recognize Tatekuru, Hiskia Nujoma, and the Witoni Nujoma, and the beloved family. I would like also to acknowledge and recognize the protocol which have been set up. And I'm saying good evening, fellow monarchs. My name is Comrade Erastus Negonga, and I have taken note that by our Deputy Minister of Veteran Affairs that from now on, I'm Comrade Brigadier Erastus Negonga. In fact, my name is Erastus Negonga, better just to be known as Comrade or Commander, because I have been Commander of the Front and the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. That was planned, where Commanding Chief is our commander who are now mourning at this moment. I was the regional commander of the Northwestern Front and member of the Military Council. The commanding chief was the overall commander of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, and himself chairs the Military Council. By design, the Military Council, which is chaired by the Commanding Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, was the highest decision-making body of all our military command and operations, which is chaired by the Commanding Chief. It is therefore that all the structures in plan, they strategically thrived by the Commanding Chief, and they happen to be set up in accordance to the vision of the Commanding Chief. And the vision was based on the character of the enemy we had. That was the South Africa Defense Force. Therefore, I would like only just simply saying that Commanding Chief was facing the strongest army on the continent of Africa. It is by virtue of his strategic thrust and the visionary leadership he could make it. By way of technical approach of the Commanding Chief, we were deployed as the liberation struggle was unfolding challenge for the enemy from both sides we were also deployed accordingly by the commanding chief. With me and other fellow commanders at the regional level, we were appointed to head the France because we were deployed in France as regional commanders. And the wisdom of commanding chief made it that the regional commander in any army is the backbone of the war. It's where the real war is taking place. The real combat is taking place. Therefore, these commanders must be members of the military council. So all the regional commanders were heading the France, and they were members of the regional councils. I would like just here to make it clear that the deployment at the time, it was the deployment in different levels. But I will more concentrate on deployment at the front level because I was the front commander. France were 4 in number for regions. The Eastern Front in the east, which was operating from Zambia. It was the first one. The Northeastern Front, which was operating in Angola. The commander of the Eastern Front at the time, at the beginning there was Shali, commander. And for the Northeastern Front, it was Commander Bungaga and Dakolo. Then the Northwestern Front, which was commanded by Tashia, Tashia Nakada. And the Northern Front, and that's the Northwestern Front. And the Northwest Front, in the middle, was commanded by Commander Zuru Nandenga. These were the 4 fronts. On the way, how these fronts were operating, Commander-in-Chief himself has to direct what each and every front has to do. And the conducting of the combat actions and war in the war zone was primarily in the hands of these regional commanders through the detachment commanders, company commanders, and the section commanders. And the front commanders, they are responsible for the deployment of their fronts in accordance to the detachment units. For the Northwestern Front, where I was commander, we were directed to come out with 5 detachments. These are the Ground Force Detachment, the Navy Force Detachment, the Air Force Detachment, Special Force Detachments, and the Para Force Detachment. The commanding chief has to direct you that you must command them in accordance to the operational character. And the commanders for those detachments, of course, we have them, many of them for the Northwestern Front. First commander was Nehemiah, Israel Nehemiah. The combat name is Hamara. For the Navy Detachment commander, it was Ikokora. This is the commander of the Northern Front, Hayuba. Then other commanders, of course, they were Otto Shagaya for the Air Force commander, and Yugon, Roto, Tjeripo. This is Borongonjo. And then We have also Junius Shimafeni, who was the commander of the Paraforce detachments. In any way, this situation dictates that these are the commanders at the time, but commanders happen to go, sacrifice, and then another new commanders coming in. The late commander-in-chief was a strategic commander. Always, when there is a military council, most of the time it's convened in Rubango, and the commander-in-chief himself has to chair. After the meeting of the military council, we have to direct you to see him at a very convenient place. But as a regional commander, front command, you are giving directives there and giving order. I recall at around 1983, 84, the time when I joined the military council, I was called in the dugout to know the style of the late commander-in-chief. When you have something confidentially to discuss with you, you dig in. And then I was given an order. First, he has to understand that why we are not extending our operations in the urban areas, because in the bush, simply the enemy does not report anything. And even if we kill him in the bush, the result will be not noticed by anybody because enemy himself will not acknowledge it. Then I was directed and received the direct order from the commander-in-chief to go and mobilize your region and have the artillery units and to go and attack the Sector 10 commanding headquarters of the South African Defence Force. That's where the South African Defence Force have a Sector 10 headquarters for the whole area of our operation. The style of the late commander-in-chief is that you have to discuss, he have to dictate you, we have to direct you what to do. And in such a time, you are going to say, yes, Commander, the order will be carried out. It was the time when I have to mobilize all my artillery crews to take the big guns. And then, 1984 already, at the end there, we happened to attack Oshakati headquarters of the South African Defence Force. For those who know those areas, it is the area which is just difficult to approach because it's a plain areas there to the west, and even it's overcrowded by the people who could easily just be noticed and then be reported. But it was a successful attack operation with mortars and B-10. Then the second attack, we used also the GP. These are the 122 millimeter rocket launcher, the Grand P. And then even the third and the fourth. My commanders from the artillery unit and the reconnaissance unit, we happened to attack Oshakati garrison, where all those operations coming in, helicopters, Caspers, Buffaloes. Then we attacked Oshakati up to 6 times before the mobilization. In all those battles, we have never lost any civilian casualty. From the part of the combatants of plan, of course, always, where there is war, there are also casualties. We had some, but not very, very, very abnormal casualty. From the Boer side, they have suffered casualty. We have received. At the time, commander of that garrison of the headquarters was Brigadier Cresfontaine. We were told that even, unfortunately, his wife was pregnant. When was pregnant, unfortunately happened to the baby, which could not be secured. But also, we had a lot of information on that casualties. These were special operations as a strategic maneuver of the commanding-in-chief to make enemy acknowledge the effectiveness of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. The operations throughout have been quite heavy, with heavy losses also. But the legacy of the commanding-in-chief, what we have noticed during the operations is that he never showed a sort of discomfort. But most of the time, he is motivating all the combatants of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. And wherever he is, he tried by his level best to see them and talk to them. During the passing of the military trainings, at that time, the most producing combatants training is the Topias Ainyeko Training Center. In every training, conclusion or graduation, Dr. Sabenshaw Nujoma is there. He's not only there to observe, he is there to address them. That was the moral factor of the combatants of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. And each combatant, all veterans, as you see them here, each of one have seen physically the commanding-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. And even each and every one, by passing the parade, was given the instruction and the mission and how they are going to operate, just there to the parade. Therefore, it was more easier for commanders or sub-unit commanders to command the combatants of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia who have already been directed by the commanding-in-chief. After we have graduated, is themselves to put in practice. I should also say that the commanding-in-chief, the legacy which was admiring me, is that even during the operations, in combat, Dr. Nujoma had no preference. He was very, very selfless. He had family in the formation of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. I knew his brother, Eliaka Natuke Nujoma. He was just operating during that time of 1976 with us. He was in the platoon of General Shali. And then he died in combat. I also recall that in one operation, which we call Kandende operation, which was headed by Martin Nashandi, and it was with me, Comrade Utoni Nujoma, and other combatants. We had an operation and a combat action inside Namibia That was in 1977. It was in Oshikoto, at Onathinge, near in the constituency of Onaena, inside Namibia. We came a long way and through the Boas, but we are just with Kutoni Nujoma. And we commanders knew that this is a son of our commanding chief. At one time we thought, if anything happened, are we going to be asked? Apparently not, because at the time, Nujoma was not visiting the operational area, as others used to do it occasionally. He was the regional or detachment chief military medical officer. And then, when we go back, we were followed in the hot pursuit by the enemy. And then we happened to go through and, of course, return fire when we happen to have some engagement. Comrade Nujoma has been a trained and deployed combatant of People Liberation of Namibia, that's Kutoni. Some used to have a doubt. And even Saki Nujoma is also trained. You ask yourself, how does it come that some Shafuna Nujoma treat his family the way he's treating the commons in the People's Liberation of Namibia? That's the interpretation of selfless leader. Nujoma have much more have been focused on the vision, and which the vision was the independence of Namibia. And most of the time, these successful missions have to be carried out under the cloud of sacrifice. I recall at a time when the South Africa Defense Force, they violated the ceasefire agreement after the 1st April 1989. Nujoma, Dr. Nujoma, have to compose the delegation going there to meet the Boas without a ceasefire, and these are the military to military components. I don't know what was the strategy. The delegation of Namibia to Ruakana, where we are going to meet, where we have to meet with the South African Defense Force, Namibia delegation was just led by Comrade Angula. And Comrade Angula was just a pure civilian. He came from Rwanda, just in his civilian clothes. Then I proposed that no, he must be given a gun as well. But he refused, said that no, I'm not going to fight, but I'm going to negotiate for the ceasefire agreement. We were doubting how it will work. Even when we arrived there, we can see that the Boas are having the L4, FN, whatever, and so on. And we, our delegation, we had just pistols. That was Andrew Intamba, Konja Kambara, myself, and General Shali was supposed to come, but he was delayed in one of the operations there, so he went. We could not believe that it will work. Even when we see them coming there, the Boas, we see that they have also one civilian, but with a rifle. When we come there, I give 5 to Angula. That Angula was the most easy person in that time. I thought that maybe he could not understand the danger. Apparently, but I think he could not understand what could happen. But then, because when you cannot smell the danger, then you will be in a position to whatever. Then he starts joking. Hey, you soldiers, why are you fighting? South African SWAPO have already, signed the agreement, but we are violating it. Then from there is when we can see the appearance on the faces of the South African Defence Force members. Then from there, the talks and the meeting started. But the other delegation also have a representative of the PNR office. That was the Administrator General of the Southwest. Then it was one of those difficult missions. The Commander-in-Chief has sacrificed the commanders and even the Secretary of the Education in the SWAP. But I think this is because he could understand, and it was the calculated risk. Saying that, we were lucky in Namibia to have Nujoma. If it was not Sam Safuna Nujoma is the Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, right at the beginning in the 60s, I think we could not come as SWAPO united for the independence. I only say the Commander-in-Chief has worked tirelessly throughout those 95 years, and the Commander-in-Chief has retired as a hero and icon of the liberation struggle of Namibia. And he was not only the Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, but the Commander-in-Chief also of the Namibia Defence Force. He has shaped, established, and shaped the Defence Force, Namibia Defence Force. He directed the integration of the warrior forces, because we have the Kufut, SWATF, and then we have Plan on the other side. But through his wisdom of national reconciliation, we just easily, as brothers and sisters, integrate. There was no incident. There was no incident of conflict at all. And I'm quite sure that the Defence Force will continue in the shape which was left by Nujoma and the preceding and the following Commander-in-Chief. What do we have to say? I should only say, go well, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. We are happy that you were commanding us, and your legacy will remain with us forever. Rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Comrade Erastus Negonga, and former Plan Commander of the Northwest Front. Thank you very much. The veterans of the national liberation struggle for that item and the spirit true to the legacy of our Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. Next on the program to bring a tribute is Lieutenant General retired Martin Shali. Thank you very much, Lieutenant General retired Martin Shali, former Chief of Operations of Plan, the man who reported to the Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan. General Shali.
Excellency, Comrade Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Nandi Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, And our president come 21st of March, this year still. Como Diskia, Nujoma, also ex-plant combatant was said here, representing the family, Como Nujoma, and your siblings, Meme Monica, former First Lady. I recognize you all. We are here tonight to do one thing. First of all, warriors do not die. Warriors do not die. What they do? They fade away. Sema Nujoma is not dead. Not yet. He will live among us for many, many donkey years to come. We're here to speak about this great and wonderful man. I find it difficult to pay tribute to him alone, not including others. I therefore stand here and speak on behalf of all plant combatants, but I do so very carefully. Because if I ask who is a plant combatant there, who is not a plant combatant, and ask people to stand up, only very few will remain seated, indeed, including our presidents. So I'm very careful when I say so. I'm not speaking on behalf of the president. I'm not speaking on behalf of the president-elect. I may not be speaking on behalf of Comrade Damadi and other veterans, those who joined the SWAPO and fought before I did, but I speak on behalf of the combatants of my generation. Sam Nujoma today remains the only greatest, listen to me, warrior for independence, freedom, and social justice this great land has ever produced. I believe you agree with me. Yes, it is a land of the brave, but Nujoma stands out the tallest. We are here to mourn and celebrate a life extraordinary, a life sacrifice for the common good of our society. We are here to express our profound gratitude as plant combatants and veterans of liberation struggle to this most gallant son among the gallants, to pay homage and respect to our grand commander, commander of commanders. We can remember all those who have fallen before him and whose blood continue to water our freedom. Not all of us could be present here, but the rest are very well represented. Director, I would like to seek your permission to convey a special message from General Jesus Awala. He could not attend due to advanced age, as well as to health conditions. And the message is to the family, and it reads as follows. Mekuru, Kovambo Nujoma, and the children, the Kondombolo and Mushimba families, fellow Namibians, please accept my sincere condolences and heartfelt sympathy for this great loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with you at this difficult time, and may the soul of our founding president rest in everlasting peace. Signed, General Solomon Awara. I want to talk about this month, February. This month, February. Negonga, Brigadier General now apparently, alluded to it. So I want to talk about the month of February. And I speak to Comrade Iskia, Comrade Tony, where's Nefungo? And Comrade Nefungo. Comrade Iskia. This month, 46 years ago, today, your youngest brother, Elia Kenatuka Nujoma, fell in combat. Negonga said he was in my platoon, but I don't think that's what he wanted to say. He wanted to say that we were together because I was not a commander of the operation that time. It was John Ankoto Karora. He was the tallest in the family. He was among the group of volunteers, 100 volunteers who left Zambia in 1974, reaching at Masivi in December the same year. And I've seen people who were with them. Bandeka and their colleagues, would you just stand, where you are. You see? What does it tell you? 100, only one here. I understand there's still 30 or 40 still alive, luckily. Yeah, sit down. Comrade Tony, February 1979. Is that 43 years ago? You remember too well. I was assigned a mission to go and attack Okatope base, blow up Onathinge Bridge, blow up the power station at Okatope, and harass the police station in Okatope where the clinic today is. Those are familiar with the area. 4 targets in one night. What happened? That initial mission succeeded only 50%. Why? My 2 intelligence guys who were supposed to blow up the Onathinge Bridge decided to go to Onethindi, near Nanjokwe, and they sell my plan to the enemy. Then I decided I was not going to go back, carry the ammunition back to go to Angola. I had to spend them spraying the enemy with fire. So, I did that. It's a long story. I don't want to talk about it in any detail. But all I want to say is that is the battle where Tony got real baptism of fire for the first time. Yes, very good warrior. Good warrior. And to Tony, I want to tell you one thing. Because I have no any other place, any other day to say it here. Before we went on that mission, because I selected you, because we were combat medic, I was trained with you. Kalumbi Shangula we were trained together. Combat medic, I was trained differently. Comrade Mburunganga, around Nafidi, we were at the Northeastern Front and Ho Chi Minh, Namoro, called me. Say, why did you select the son of the president to go with? I said, he's a soldier like me. That's what I thought, and I needed a combat medic, a good one. And I also want to say one day I commanded the son of a president. Then Mburunganga's commander, he said, whatever happens, he's hearing this for the first time, whatever happens, if anything happens, I want his body here. Fortunately, I did not have to bring him a body. I brought to Tony back. February 1983. Nefungo, the youngest brother of the two brothers, was given to me. Like, take this boy, because I was told, take this boy with you and send him right inside Namibia. I don't want to hear him fighting here. Namibia. And I want progress report every 6 months. Okay. I sent him, but not there. 1 year later, I withdrew him and deployed him at special units where he's operated until after independence. That was in February. And then this year, February, took away your brother, took away your father, our founding president. So, the moral of the story is this, and we must put it in proper context. To be honest, to have, it was to us, to all other fellow combatants, it was a moral booster. It was a moral booster. And when I went to Tony, I was so proud, I remain proud today. But if you ask me to go with him again, I will not go with him. So, what's a moral booster? That is Sam Nujoma for you. Other leaders elsewhere. For example, I never had this Savimbi's photo as long as we did. I never had the Savimbi's son commanding anywhere. He only sends others. So, that's seminar for you. And he wanted his boys, as he called them, to prove themselves. He wanted his brothers to prove themselves. And we thank you for that. Now, let me also just get on to this. I'll summarize. It's difficult to unpack President Nujoma as a commander-in-chief, because President Nujoma was not only president and the commander-in-chief, he was also what I call architect-in-chief of the liberation struggle. I want to identify, I'm not just running through, there are special and rare tenets that we have discovered in President Nujoma. And among those are daringness. Google. That's decisiveness in short. Boldness. Google. Integrity. Google. Commitment. Google. Dedication. Foresightedness. What you call vision, including Vision 2030. Selflessness. Conviction. Patriotism. Pan-Africanism. And steadfastness. Those are some of the rare tenets, all embodied in one single individual only. Brave. This is a young man who wished to go to a kangaroo mongwa. Let me ask you, who have walked to Salt Pen? Here, raise your hand. None. Oh. Only President Mbumba has. Who's that? Only President Mbumba has. Only President Mbumba has. Of course, Ekangolo Mongo is not far from Rukonda. I don't expect you to. I don't expect to go to Ekangolo Mongo from Enana or Congo. You see? And also the same way, it's also not far from Okahao. However, you were not a man enough if you are not going to Ekangolo Mongo. I've been there by car. I want also to bring out these two mandaras, very important. And you've seen him saying it. And this is what it has taught us. One, he tells us, never start a battle you know you're not going to win. Never start a battle you know you're never going to win. Just like if you know you're not going to win an election, you better not take part. That's what he was saying. You can participate for the sake of participating, but not winning. The other, and I've seen many people starting such battles, small quarrels, so they know they're not going to win. The other is when the enemy advances, you retreat. He did not say run away. And when the enemy runs away, he says, you attack. But when he talks to us, he doesn't use the word attack. He uses a different word, military jargon. I don't think I'm allowed, but yeah. Yeah, to the peka pinya. Yeah. Now, this struggle was executed over a long period, 23 years, armed liberation, part of it, 40 years in totality, diplomatically, politically, and so forth. That's a long time. Now, as the situation evolved, automatically, we can now say it was executed in 3 phases. Between 1959 and 1969, it was a completely different story. It was about mobilization. It was time of mobilization, reorganization, as you heard before, betrayal, arrests, forced removals. That was the time, that time was characterized by those kind of things, including the formation of SWAPO, then training, recruitment for both of the military and for the struggle in general. And that's the generation that was here speaking, most of them. And because President Nujoma had a vision, he had a passion for education, he sent those to be trained. Commodore Mutangura Kanguroke was here. He's telling us he's a scientist. It's true, he's a scientist. How is he a scientist? The other generation, Commodore Uncle Ndadi, cannot claim to be a scientist. I know he's a journalist. He's more of a combatant. Commodore Ben Madeira is their way, busy organizing while others went to study. And it's a strategy that worked so well. It was mentioned in 1974 when we left the country, thousands of us, when we went to the old farm and the other places. All of us wanted the weapons, so I wanted the weapons to go and fight. I was one of those who wanted to go and fight. One day I woke up, I was on the list of those going to school. I had friends, schoolmates like Tumbo, Peya, Shongo, and the others. I went to them at night and said, why don't you remove one and put me in, smuggle me in that list? I want to go for military. And they did. Thank you very much. I would be here as a professor, good one, of course. No. And Comrade Nujoma was at the forefront of all these things. You had it starting from Katutura, going to Warfish Bay, recruiting his, by the way, Comrade Ankoro is just a week older than President Nujoma, he's 95 too. So it's just, they were just, it's not like the other one is talking to an elder, this one is talking to another. They just, birds of the same feathers flock together. So it's easier to communicate to people you know, to people who have your age. At the same time, will not believe you. So, quickly through, and then we had the period between 1969, 1970, 1980. That's the time most of us joined the struggle, enforced it. But I want to bring out one thing. President Nujoma, what did he do? President Nujoma, listen to this. One, after the Tanga Consultative Congress, and thank you very much for all of those who attended that conference, you've done a good job. You set a vision, you set a strategy, because we thought this strategy you set, Tanga, which is still effective today, even after independence, we could have not attained our independence. Thank you very much, those who attended that meeting. As a result, a plan was born there. This plan, it was swallowed before. It's a plan, People's Liberation of Namibia. Some of you do not know why the name was changed from Southwest Africa to People's Liberation of Namibia. It's because there were people who did not want to join SWAPO, but wanted to fight for independence of Namibia together with SWAPO cadres. They can only not competent if we call it People's Liberation Army of Namibia, could still fight with us under Henyeko, but not a member of SWAPO. Did not happen. But there were people, but they did not participate. That's a story for another day. That's a strategy that Nujoma adopted, that you can bring people who are not even SWAPO members to Namibia. Just like the merger of Kanu and was very important, and the SWAPO at one point. That was a strategic move. Even the relationship that some of us are ashamed of talking about, relationship with us, with UNITA, was strategic in nature. Namibia is in the southern part of Angola. MPLA was operating in the north. Angola, Namibia is not Congo. You talk to these guys who are on the ground, even if you don't support them. There are so many people we talk to even today who don't support, who don't believe in. But if they want the things you want to achieve strategically, it's the only way is to use the guy who has got the key. To what's name? To the door, even if you don't like him. Yes. The rest is history. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. We were never UNITA. UNITA has never SWAPO. So, one thing President Nujoma did is to build plan into a formidable, effective fighting machine. The only well-organized and the best disciplined guerrilla force to have existed in the world. Google, ask. All these are just a bandit organization, that organization, that organization. Ours was a formidable fighting machine, capable of taking on the mighty of the racist military. They might resist the military, you know. And you know, in most African countries, I give an example quickly just to compare. When Katangese invaded Katanga province of the DRC in 1977, there were over 20,000. You know what happened? Belgium sent 2,000 paratroopers to chase them out. 2,000 paratroopers. 20,000 Katangese. Why? They fear the white people. If they were blacks, they could still be continuing like it is continuing in Eastern DRC. Today, it's because it's black on black. But we did not fear white men because we did not recognize him as such. Yeah. We have our own white cadres of plan. Brok is there, woman Brok. It's not woman Brok, the son of woman Brok. It's there, just to give an example. You see? I will fear him as a millionaire, I will not fear him as a South African soldier. That's his thing. And Nujoma used to tell us, President Nujoma used to tell us, look, I do not want a ragtag guerrilla army here. No. It was clear, and we never had one. Yeah, when we talk, we seem to concentrate on what the military commanders and military leaders have done, but we forget the political commissars, quite honestly. It's not fair. Whatever we say, we had a political commissariat, very effective. Where's Komagapo here? Somewhere? So, oh, okay, no, sorry, it's okay, it's a bereavement in the family. So, political commissars, just stand the way you are while I'm speaking. If any, political commissars, these guys, those guys, these guys. You see? Even the nephew of President Nujoma, I mean his niece, here, was a political commissar. I want to see you speak one day if you speak like him. Okay, sit down, please, thank you. Those guys had the responsibility to oversee our actions and to make sure that our actions were in conformity with the party, ideology, and all the rest of it. You see? Because commanders, I could just go. It's not my, and they had to, when soldiers returned from combat, the mission was to talk to them and explain why they're fighting, why the other two died, the other why they are going hungry, why this. That's not my job. So, yeah. Then, we had also serious cases within SWAPO. One is for the purposes of this tribute, I call it Shpanga Rebellion. There was such things. Then there was a total attack with the Kasinga. Why Kasinga here? I want to tell you the role Nujoma played after that. Even after the Muyongo Rebellion, the Shpanga Rebellion, and particularly Muyongo Rebellion, which resurfaced here in 1999. One Kasinga, President Nujoma called us as commanding-in-chief and said, look, what happened here should not happen again. What is that we want, what is that we need to do? And then, okay, everybody came in and said, Dako, he approved the plan. It never happened again. There was no massacre after Kasinga. Do you know of any? I don't think so. Because of the measures that were strategically put into place by President Nujoma. And we thank him for that. So, and then the aim of the operation by the South Africans was to break SWAPO's backbone. But despite SWAPO's backbone, SWAPO went on the offensive with a broken backbone. Went on the offensive. and including a revenge operation in Katima Mulilo was successful. You've seen the videos and clips of that. So, where 12 South Africans, according to them, were killed instantly. And then, when the South Africans were creating Kufut, when we had information that the South Africans were creating Kufut because Zimbabwe was going to get independent, Nujoma gave an order, signed an order for us to create a counter force, and we created a typhoon, which caused a havoc all over here. So, are there no people which were there when we were fighting here? Where were the farmers? Those guys were farmers here that time. So, they'll tell you the guerrillas, the havoc what they were causing here. Then, so we stopped the Boga elections in 1977. The attacks on Oshakati were already mentioned. So, and then I'm not going to the structures of plan because I don't have time and luxury of time. But safest to say, in 1975, President Nujoma invited us, the Chinese government, to provide the military instructors. That's why Congo was set up. And if you want more information, go and ask Commander Ivolitana. That was strategic. 1976, Anyako Training Center was set up, and we invited military Soviet advisors to work with us, including advisors attached to specific offices, Secretary for Defense. By the way, don't forget that the structure plan had a commander. We had the commander, Dimo Hamambo, commander. We had Anyako first, and then Dimo Hamambo. We had the political commissar there, several of them at the different times. That's how the structure worked. So, and then that is also important. This was a strategic move to make because it did help us. And at one point, they also called in Cubans, because apparently Cubans were better at the logistics than the Soviets, because their system is too big. It's just too big. They will not understand feeding 20 troops here, carrying this. The Cubans would understand that better, because the organization was more practical to ours. That was a strategic move. Then he organized, after deploying civilians, creating settlements, he made sure that the military is deployed there to protect Dalatando, Kwanza Sur, you name it, Sumbe, and the others, and so forth. And also in Onyango, I never heard somebody killed in Onyango by the enemy, or Kwanza Sur by the enemy, as much as they were close. So only Sam Nujoma can provide that protection, nobody else. So he deployed the 20th Brigade to assist the Angolans in defeating UNITA in the hinterland. Committed the whole brigade. That was strategic, because the enemy was concerned. Our lines of supply extended all the way from Namibia to Rwanda, Lobito, Namibia, and so forth. And we had to protect them by all means. So there are so many other things. I'll just move to the conclusion. Now, President Nujoma, besides all these other things I've said here, he went out to the world to mobilize resources, weapons first of all, and ammunition. I've never seen a planned combatant complaining about a shortage of weapons, all types, or ammunitions, all types. I never had any planned combatant dying of hunger, or any SWAPO member anywhere dying of hunger. Please tell me if there was any in your area. So, this is robust. Then, uniforms, boots, radios, vehicles. We also had the vehicles, fuel, and so forth. Now I've also worked. I worked for the government at one point or the other, and I've seen also governments apparently also struggle even just to get the vehicles. Yeah, but we had the vehicles. We didn't know these things cost money. Apparently they cost money, but we're giving those things. Fuel. We still struggle in some departments. The police are called to, they no fuel, no car. Yeah, see? But we had fuel. We never called to any place and we complained that we have no fuel or there's a shortage of transport. This thing costs money, but we're given to us freely. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Commander-in-Chief. He trained the pilots. Pilots. The Chief of Defense Force is one of the bound beneficiary. He's here. He's a warrior pilot. I've seen him Willie standing somewhere, he was flying Air Namibia. He even wanted to set up his own private airline. You see? Yeah, good vision. You see? And there are many others. Somewhere on Tengera was flying even a presidential jet. I heard that the day before yesterday and yesterday, people referring to a presidential jet as a private jet. It's not a private, you're sending a wrong message. Yeah, President Seminima never had a private jet. So it's a presidential jet. Let's correct that because some of our friends from somewhere, apparently they must have sent a message already to say, oh, this guy is rich, it's a flies his private jet. No. He did not have, he does not have, he doesn't still have a private jet. Just a correction, it's all right, we understand. Engineers and technicians, also doctors, Kalumbi is here, you presented, I've seen a lot of people here, doctors, whatever, you see? That's President Nujoma, Unini, and all the rest. I can go on and on. So, however, let me conclude. I will not speak too much about after independence because that story you know too well. Established Namibia Defense Force, all I can say, and the Chief of Defense Force can testify, and the Deputy Minister here, today the Namibia Defense Force is a force we all must be proud of. All proud of. And to be proud of ourselves as a nation, let me tell you one thing that we are missing most of the time. When we went to DRC for 4 years, we were fighting, we lost no single battle. No single battle, no territory was ever lost where we were deployed as Namibians. Others we see. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? It's a different story. We just need something else. And we do so because of people in the, there's no politics in the military, you know? That's why we are so effective. And at the outset, President Nujoma has set a vision and a mission for Namibia Defense Force. The vision is to be small, highly mobile, well-trained, well-resourced, well-equipped. You can add the well-paid, well-fed. One. And the mission is to defend the territorial integrity of Namibia, its people, and our national interests. Some of you do not even know that Namibia has national interests. So that's the mission, and that we are able to execute. And then we have, for peace and security, we have been deployed to many countries throughout the world. 1992, Cambodia, we've been in Angola, Univam, and all the rest of it. Now, two things only here to mention. When the so-called Caprivi Liberation Army attacked on that night of 1999, 2nd of August, those 4 places in Katima Muliro, surrounding Katima Muliro, they had made a fatal error because the actions of the Commander-in-Chief and President of the Republic were so robust and swift. Let me tell you now, the record we as Namibians must be proud of. In 6 days, it was all over. There is no rebellion anywhere in the world. That was suppressed in 6 days. You can Google, no anywhere in the world. Can only be done in Namibia. 6 days. People have prepared themselves to fight for what they believe is theirs and so forth, and all of a sudden, within 6 days, they've given up. UNITA, when they were destabilizing the Kavango, that time it was only one Kavango, terrorizing our people. The actions by the commander-in-chief and the president were swift and robust. Swift and robust. He signed an order, an order that's called, some of you are hearing this for the first time, stabilization order. Just like Trump does with his executive orders. And before UNITA knew, we were operating 200 and 250 kilometers inside the Haze territory. And that sophisticated him, made it much easier for the Angolans, to the extent that somewhere that led to the, no, not that one. Then President Nujoma signed another executive order to deploy in Angola, help the Angolan armed forces defeat UNITA. And within weeks, UNITA was dead. Savimbi was dead. UNITA ceased to exist as a terror organization up to the date. When the Spanish, they thought we are defenseless. After independence made in 1990, they kept on stealing our fish. We arrested, it's not arrest, yeah, military, but in your words you said you seized 6 vessels, fishing vessels. Later on, the captains and the others, the crew were found guilty, penalized, paid millions. The ships were forfeited to the state. Maybe Commander Helmut as Minister of Fisheries at that time must know where these vessels are. So that was the end of poaching the way we knew it. The way we knew it. So when the people wanted the relish in Kwanza Suru and the other camps, I'm just going back. President Nujoma, that time, signed another executive order, handed it over to the Soviet Union, and told, go to Namibian waters, fish as much fish as you can, as long as such amount is given to SWAPO annually. There were no shortage of fish. You can testify here. You're even complaining, fish, stinging fish, stinging fish. So, that's the name of Nujoma. Before independence, you know. Now, honestly, it's a long history that we are proud of. All I want to say, and on behalf of my colleagues and others, is one, so many things have been said about his contribution, immense contribution. And I think his deeds will continue, for a long time, will continue to echo, or will echo in the mountains, valleys, in the desert, as well as in our homes. Every 12th May each year, events will be organized in his honor and the remembrance. I believe so. I believe so. I have not come to the public holiday thing that is out of my area of responsibility. So, he's a national hero we shall not forget. Then I would like to suggest that let us think of coming up with a medal, just a medal, Nujoma medal, or call it what you want. A medal that will be given to our own people who have they may distinguish themselves closer. Somebody made a mention of Osakutako and the other two, and I fully agree with him. They could be given those medals posthumously, but Nujoma, whatever medal, yeah, if you achieve the highest standards, you see, and including it given automatically to all our presidents. And I say all our presidents because I know SWAPO presidents will be many more to come. So this is our leader. Oh, the other thing, Namibia is produced, is the only country in the world, and I want you to know this, which has produced so many heroes and heroines in a proportionality speaking. We have more heroes and heroines than they are in China. The Chinese are there. They're sitting there. You must go and Google. Regardless of their population, we have more heroes here and heroines in Namibia. Some are seated right here. Now, I'm not only talking about those who have fallen already, I'm talking about those still walking heroes and so forth, even if we don't want to recognize them. There are so many. I'm not one of those. So then, this legacy can only honestly be kept alive by following his teachings, which are many. He's following his rare tenets. It's a show of respect. He has taught us so much. He's a great teacher. He's also a great teacher. He has impacted us in all different ways. He has touched our lives. He has touched our lives in so many ways. So we must live. Let us change. Those who hate others for nothing, change and start loving people. Share your wealth that you have with the others, Burman and Borok. Other millionaires here. Let us share the little we have. You see? Let's work together in unity. Unity of purpose and unity of action. Unity is a wide thing. Can be anything. Let's work together to honor this man we call our national hero. Let's not pay lip service. Let's walk the talk and not talk the walk. On that note, como president of SWAPO for many, many years, leader of our revolution, founding president of the Republic. Aye, Matinkwetu, anti-popi no respect, Matinkwetu enda nao, shakuru shafimana. Matinkwetu enda nao. Mamilita ya tuti tatekuru ya tifanisha tatekuru. Ti Matinkwetu enda nao matu Namibia oshirongwesha. Go well. Anda kufa kwa mbali.
Thank you. Thank you. The commander has spoken. A legacy of unwavering, courageous, selfless sacrifices, unmatched icon and hero of heroes. Next now on our program, we will have a tribute by Honorable Dr. Peya Mushelenga, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. And I would like to request Honorable Dr. Kalumbi Shangula, Minister of Health and Social Services, and his staff to be ready.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, Comrade Utoni Nujoma, Tata Hiskia, and the entire Nujoma clan, Your Excellencies, the President, the Vice President, bereaved mourners. The eagle has vanished from the sky. A man of vision and wisdom has left us. The sun has set and the moonlight has disappeared. A dark cloud has fallen upon Namibia and the hour of sorrow has arrived. A moment of sadness has struck and a period of grieving has ensued. Death has robbed us of a distinguished citizen of our republic, a pathfinder who defined our destiny. Heaven took away our towering figurehead, who exuded leadership with a degree of excellence. We have lost the grand commander of our nationhood, who cultivated the field for us to grow fruits of freedom, peace, and unity. Our nation is mourning, reminiscing about the past with him. Our society is crying, agonizing about the future without him. His legacy will be preserved because golden. The liberation struggle was not a joyride experience in an excursion train or a sightseeing flight on autopilot mode. The dynamics and exigencies of warfare required a front runner who exemplifies resoluteness and tenacity. It took an indomitable torchbearer in the person of Sam Nujoma to pull through whirlwinds. Behold, I am mindful of the fact that all was not rosy and rhapsodic. Admittedly, the struggle was long, bitter, and had its intricacies, including rock and hard place scenarios. But soul searching would reckon that the positive outweighs the negative. Amidst the challenge of leading people in taxing foreign climes, Comrade Sam Nujoma withstood complexities and marshaled the Namibian people to self-determination. The narratives about his credentials will continue to be told because golden letters do not fade away. Our extraordinary ruler built a shelter for us to live in. He prepared a table for us to have a bountiful feast. Now the cornerstone of our house has shattered. Our fort has collapsed into ruins. He was the source of the water that quenched our thirst. Gosh, our fountain has dried up. Our candle has melted and our inkpot has spilled. Our continent has lost a great Pan-Africanist, a son of the soil from humble beginnings at Okahau, northern Namibia, who rose to a great name of international fame. The Namibian nation is weeping and lamenting. The Nujoma clan is heartbroken. The grandchildren are sobbing and wailing. Tears are rolling down for an icon. Watery eyes welling up for a legend. What a loss too painful to accept, and what a sorrow too heavy to contain. He will continue to be missed for years because golden letters do not fade away. Comrade President, you were an axe that cut down palisade trees. 3 successive heads of state and government of the colonial South African regime left you unshaken. You were a thorn in the flesh of Hendrik Verwoerd. You gave John Foster sleepless nights. Not to be forgotten is P.W. Botha, who became paralyzed when you sent his puppies home, running and whining with their tails between their legs from the Battle of Cuito Valley. You were a God-given gift to Namibia, a country which you led with distinction. You have left a mark in SADC as a decisive president and a power to reckon with. You were known throughout the African continent as a steadfast freedom fighter and unwavering revolutionary. The international community respected you as a world-class head of state and revered international statesman. You electrified my spirit whenever we interacted. It was a great blessing to have you around. Oh yes, yours was an enrapturing presence that brought reassurance and mesmerizing aura. You rose to the occasion and did not mince your words when the occasion demanded. At international fora, you took leaders of great nations head on when they were found wanting. You were the epitome of perseverance and an embodiment of persistence. You will be immortalized by history books because golden letters do not fade away. Comrade President, given your advanced age, we knew that your homegoing was inevitable, but still, your departure remains a bitter pill to swallow. We are dangling in a pool of anxiety, consumed in thoughts that cannot be described in words. We are overwhelmed by apprehension and disarmed in our optimism. Your absence has left emptiness in our midst. We are rolling in the sand, fuddled in the valley of dust. We are engulfed by grief, thrown into a pond of distress. You will remain stuck in our memories and engraved in our hearts because golden letters do not fade away. Mr. Chancellor say, your foresight brought into existence the University of Namibia, my alma mater. Immediately after independence, you appointed the Commission on Higher Education, which recommended, among others, the establishment of this Center of Knowledge. As the founding chancellor, you oversaw the growth of a new institution of higher learning into a prestigious academic powerhouse. This university is the bedrock of our country's development. Many captains of industry in Namibia were shaped, molded, and nurtured in its lecture halls and laboratories. History will honorize you for your endeavors because golden letters do not fade away. Mr. Chancellor say, you encouraged young Namibians to acquire tertiary education, emphasizing on the importance of the field of science. Yours was not just a showmanship by a spectator outside the playing field. You walked the talk, embarking upon the academic journey, culminating in a successful completion of the degree of Master of Science in Geology at the age of 80. I applaud your efforts to drive thousands of young Namibians into scholarly hallways and scientific corridors. I commend your passion for education and admire your quest for knowledge. Your accomplishments will always be remembered by future generations because golden letters do not fade away. Rest in power, Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. Safe journey, Chairman of the Military Council. Go well, President of SWAPO Party. Take our final salute, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. Fare thee well, President of the Republic of Namibia. Cross the rivers, seasoned politician. Fly high, Chancellor of the University of Namibia. Rest in peace, professional geologist. Godspeed, descendant of the Akwambahu and Akwanangobe clans. May the angels receive you, member of the Okahawa Lutheran Parish. Till we meet again, men of the people. You are gone but not forgotten. because golden letters do not fade away. I thank you.
Yes, Dr. Kalumbi Shangula, joined by the medical staff.
Thank you very much. Director of Proceedings, Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the Vice President and President-elect, the bereaved Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba families, dear mourners, those who are gathered here, and those who are following the proceedings online, fellow Namibians. I stand here to pay tribute to our founding president, the father of the Namibian nation, the first president of an independent Republic of Namibia. I do so on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Social Services, the medical team that was responsible for the management and care of the founding president during the time of indisposition. I do so on behalf of the entire medical fraternity and indeed on my own behalf. The medical fraternity and all health workers are shattered and devastated by the demise of our hero, our founding president. This hero
and freedom fighter par excellence. We join other Namibians and progressive forces in Africa and around the world in mourning this icon. While we mourn, let us all be fortified by the rich legacy of sacrifice, bravery, fortitude, patriotism, and exemplary leadership that our founding president leaves behind. I first met Comrade Sam Nujoma in Lusaka, Zambia, when I arrived from Namibia in August 1974. He was keen to know about what was happening in the country. When we commemorated August 26 at the old farm just outside Lusaka, where I spoke on behalf of the new arrivals from home. And my message to the leadership was short and straightforward. We came to receive arms to liberate our country. And this message resonated well with the leadership because soon thereafter, most of us who were sent for military training in the Soviet Union. Among the first group, when we went, there was General Shali, who was just speaking here, General Namolo. There was also Nkwaita Shanyangana, those who I can remember, Joseph Ita, Utoni Nujoma was in that group for military training. I had numerous interactions with the founding president during the years in exile, most closely during meetings of Planned Military Council, of which he was the chairman and, of course, Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan. This was also testified by the previous speaker. Comrade Nujoma was a brilliant military strategist and a tactician, and he commanded Plan to victory. After independence, I worked closely with him as his personal physician and accompanied him to various destinations inside the country. I marveled at his approach to conflict resolutions, notably between various traditional authorities. He would go to great length in order to gain the trust of the feuding parties and resolve the conflict successfully. One thing that amazed and flattered me was when I was the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health and Social Services. When he wanted to see me, he would not summon me as expected of him as a president to do so. No, he would speak to me personally over the phone. And imagine, he asked if I have time to go and see him. What a flattering. I found this display of humility quite intriguing. And also, Comrade Kangurohi alluded to his humility. He was a person of strong visions and a person of strong action. When he wants something to be done, he would lead from the front, as was the case with the railway extension from Tsumeb to Ondangwa. At independence, he introduced the policy of national reconciliation in order to foster peace for national development. He understood the value of education. In exile, he sent many young Namibians for studies, including myself. And I can attest that among those standing here, there are also a number of them, like Dr. Shalongo, Dr. Yasimana, and others. I'm looking where I left it off, so bear with me. In exile, he sent many young Namibians for studies, including myself. And after independence, he spearheaded and energetically championed the establishment of the University of Namibia. Throughout his tireless efforts, he laid the solid foundation for the current peaceful and democratic Namibia. The late founding president was responsible for the transformation of public health service from the ethnic-based arrangement into a national public health services that we know of today. He introduced the policy of primary health care, which formed the basis for universal health coverage. As a result of this transformation, all maternal and child health indicators have improved drastically. The founding president had a soft spot and a high regard for health. In his salutations, wherever he addresses a gathering, he never failed to recognize doctors and nurses. As a patient, he would religiously fulfill the doctor's instructions. I used to refer to him as a model patient, a patient that every doctor would yearn to have. We maintained close contacts when he left the office of the president. I've been a member of the medical team of doctors, nurses, and other professionals who were responsible for his management and care, and most of them are here today, among those who are standing in front of you. I salute the medical team, the medical team of doctors, nurses, and other caregivers. That include Dr. Kalunga, Dr. Bwekendorf, Dr. Shalongo, Sister Ileka, Sister Itana, just to mention a few of them. I salute them for the diligence, for the perseverance until the founding president have departed from this earth. They gave him 24-hour care. The founding president has been strong throughout the period of indisposition, and he was an embodiment of resilience, perseverance, and self-discipline. I'm honored and humbled to lead this team of health professionals from the medical fraternity to pay homage to this illustrious son of Namibia. He was the right person at the right time for Namibia during the liberation struggle. He led fearlessly and with unparalleled bravery, inspiring thousands to join the struggle and fight for freedom and independence. He continued to lead with the same sense of vision after independence. Indeed, his role in molding the new Namibia will never be forgotten. Our hearts and prayers go to the family and to all of us as his extended family. We celebrate his life and its numerous accomplishments on different fronts. He will be sorely missed. May the soul of Dr. Sam Nujoma rest in eternal peace. Sing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Comrade Minister of Health and Social Services, Dr. Kalumbi, and your team. As we are coming to the end of our program, I would like to now have the Invocative choir from Ephesians who are preceding the sermon. Invocative choir. And as you are going back to your seats, Reverend Raune Kamapoha will be giving us the sermon. If they are not ready, just one short one. Reverend Kamapoha, and I want the ED from the Ministry of Works to also be ready for vote of thanks.
Dear His Excellency, our President, Nangolo, and our Vice President, the first time I didn't say President-elect. President-elect. Honorable Otoni, Mama, First Lady, Mama Kobambo, and the children and grandchildren. Former First Lady, Monica Genkos, I want to be very short after this emotional service. And I want to reflect on the book I read before when I started the sermon. Exodus chapter 2, verse 1 to 10 that I read before. We all know the story, how Joseph was sold off by his brothers and landed in Egypt, how he later, after many trials and tribulations, become the second in command of Egypt, and how he has sent for his family to live with him in Egypt after a famine they experienced in the country of birth. After the death of Joseph, the new king was not so kind to the Hebrew people and have made them slaves. These people were oppressed for 400 years, kind of like our history here in Namibia. The Hebrew people cried out to the Lord, continually asking him to free them. Now, it's so happened that despite of the circumstances they were in, the Hebrew people increased in numbers. And that scared the leader, Pharaoh. He was afraid that these people will overpower them. The Pharaoh, who was the leader at that time, gave this order to all his people. Every Hebrew boy that is born must be thrown in the Nile River. But the girls must live. Always our mothers privilege. They are special. When Moses was born, that altar was still in place. He was supposed to have been killed at birth, but God saved him because he was born with a purpose. God directed his steps from birth and raised him under the roof of his enemies. God protected him after he fled from Egypt and brought him back, not as a murderer who has fled, but as a redeemer of God's people. Fellow mourners, when God decides, no one can stand in his way. We have a painful history, but just like Moses, God has chosen our founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma, to end oppression in Namibia and lead us to freedom. God has directed his steps from birth until he took his last breath. In conclusion, there might have been occasion in exile where he could have died, but God came through and granted him a long life. Moses did not enter the promised land. However, God granted our founding father the opportunity to witness the peace and stability in the independent Namibia. God is an always present God who hears our cry even now when the nation is mourning. He has called his son home to be with him in eternity. Let us celebrate the legacy of his great son of the soil. May God console our Mama Kovambo Nujoma and the children, Nujoma family and Kontombolo family and the entire nation of Namibia. Let us unite and ask God to carry us through this dark cloud. United we stand, divided we fall. Aluda continua. And now may the peace of God, which surpasses all human understanding, guide our hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Director of Proceedings, Honorable Hilma Nicanor, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbuba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and President-elect, Honorable Utoni Nujoma and Tate Hiskia Nujoma, and the entire Nujoma, Mushimba, and Kondobolo family. Let me observe the protocol already established. Kindly permit me foremost to express sincere appreciation on behalf of the esteemed Nujoma family and to move a vote of thanks at this memorial service as we collectively continue to celebrate the life of a luminary hero, our late founding president and father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. My name is Esther Ndapanda Kapanda, Executive Director in the Ministry of Works and Transport. Today, we are indeed celebrating a hero who cannot be replicated and who was a unique individual of greatness. I therefore sincerely thank each esteemed person who have joined us this evening in person and the Namibian people at large who are following this memorial service on various ICT platforms, including the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation. As it was meticulously detailed by various speakers who paid touching tribute at this memorial service, let me start by appreciating Reverend Kamapoha for the consecration of our memorial service with prayers and the enjoyable and heartwarming sermon, as well as the brass band and the Invocative choir for the soothing melodies. Also, in appreciating all our speakers who paid tribute tonight, kindly permit me to sincerely thank them individually and to emphasize that through their tributes, it is clearly evident that our founding father, His Excellency Dr. Nujoma, have left Namibia, the land of the brave, with a legacy of peace, the peace which came as a result of the life journey or the path that Dr. Nujoma answered, a journey that called his name, and he took that path that was equally full of sacrifices, but the challenge and sacrifices that was worth overcoming. This was narrated in tonight's tributes as we reminiscent the life of our hero, Tatekulu Nujoma, as the esteemed Nujoma family were fond of calling him. The clear objectives and moral of the sacrifices made by our founding father and the liberation struggle that he led together with other comrades was to free Namibia by breaking and neutralizing the chain of apartheid and to primarily gain independence of Namibia. And the gravity to add value that continued to transform and improve the well-being of all members of the Namibian society. In light of this, the esteemed Nujoma family profoundly appreciate all the cherished speakers and those who paid tribute at this memorial service, and who underscored that Nujoma truly lived when Namibia needed him. He did what was worth his time, and we continue to cherish his deep wisdom, while rejoicing his legacy and lasting good influence. His inputs to arrive to what Namibia achieved to date, together with all our national leaders, is remarkable, and within the uppermost perimeters of a fulfilled, well-lived life. That adversity was not a detour in Tatekulu Nujoma's path, but adversity was part of his path and the battle worth fighting, hence the independence we all enjoy today. Dear mourners, I thank our director of today's memorial service for directing this event in an exemplary manner. Also thanks to the men and women in uniform for undertaking their respective roles this evening, and all those who played a role in one way or the other to ensure the success of this event. Finally, the Nujoma family genuinely thank everyone for your valuable presence tonight and consolation, and conclude by stating that we will continue to tap in the fountain of abundant successes and the illuminating compass of the legacy of our hero and founding father of the Namibian nation. The Nujoma family remain exceedingly grateful to you all. I thank you, and may the soul of our beloved hero Tatekulu Sam Shafishuna Nujoma continue to rest in internal peace, and he remain our movers and shaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Edie. Now, as we are coming closer to the end of our today's memorial program, I would like to, as the Director of Ceremonies, make few announcements. And that is that our tomorrow's theme is that it is designated or dedicated to a family, where our family will talk about our departed hero, late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafuhuna Nujoma, as a family man, a father, an uncle, a grandfather, great-grandfather, and as they are sharing the journey of our hero, we are also invited to accompany them. That is the theme for tomorrow. The second announcement is that as we are exiting the tent here, we will first have His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and the Chief Mourner, to accompany the children, Honorable Tony Nujoma, and also the siblings, and our Vice President and President-elect, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, and the entire first row, to also be followed by the second row, who are now the army commanders, to accompany the Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Phineas. All dignitaries will be assisted by the protocol, and the veterans of the National Liberation Struggle, also please take note that there is a place for you prepared. The protocol will take care of you as well. The fellow mourners in the overflow tent, you are prepared for you, your refreshments, as you are exiting that tent, the overflow tent. The rest of us, we will be saved right away here as we exit from our left-hand side. With those announcements, we are now going to have the closing prayer by Reverend Kamapoha, which will then be followed by the singing of the AU and the national anthem. With that, I would like to thank you and kindly my apologies where I did not do well. I thank you.
If it is possible, can we rise and pray together? Let us pray. We came before you again as we have started and call your name in the beginning. We are here, Almighty God, at your feet, humble ourselves for these weeks, seeking your face, Almighty God. After after you have taken our Father, your Son, a great as you have already knew when you brought him to this world. All the tools that you have put in him, you knew already, Father, the purpose of our grandfather. We are here looking in the future, but you always tell us that you are always with us. You have promised us that you will be with us all the time. That's why we humble ourselves all these days before you, so that you can grant us that you have brought through these sons and daughters of this soil the peace, the harmony that you have granted us through the sons of this soil. Come and be with us all the days until the last day we laid our Father to rest. Be with us years to come, and let this harmony and peace be amongst the Namibians for the rest of the days in this world. Now let us pray together the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth. Give us our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as he forgives who trespass against us. Not in temptation, but deliver us from the evil. For us the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Now receive the blessings from the Lord. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord cause his face to shine upon you and be gracious towards you. The Lord lift up his countenance unto you and grant you the peace that the world never give. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Good day, everyone. To get to River Higher Institute of Technology from hard